Alright, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joshua, and welcome to the second Extra Life event of the year, focusing on, once again, a series that I am healthy and normal about. Starting off a little bit late as usual, but the good news is I have already made the requisite posts, so we can jump right in. We're going to be playing both sides of this game over the weekend. Don't I have the DLC installed? Maybe it's because I don't have... Yeah, I've got the DLC installed. Okay, anyway. We're going to play both sides of this over the weekend, but we're going to start with Sonic Generations today, as you can probably tell from the lovely, colorful stream backdrop. And don't you worry, I have one for Shadow as well, but we're not going to be seeing that until later today, or tomorrow. I'm really not sure. Sonic games aren't terribly long if you're just playing through them, so we'll see. But for now, once I do the one setup thing that I forgot to do, let's jump into Sonic Generations. Generations came out in... I wanna say 2012? Maybe 13? It was, as you might gather pretty quickly here, an anniversary release for the series. And a return to form in a very interesting sense. Rude. Alright, listen here, you. I said listen here, you. Hooray. That's always the saddest thing. Not quite making up at a loop in a Sonic game. Tragic. So, every level in Sonic Generations comes from a different past Sonic game. At the time, the newest game was Sonic Colors, so that's as far as our little adventure is going to take us. But we've got a lot of characters and obstacles we're going to encounter, and I'm finally going to have a chance to legitimately talk about my boy on stream, but we haven't gotten there yet, and it's going to be a while. We'll get to my boy when my boy shows up. Suffice to say, my favorite Sonic character is in this game, and I am at least as normal about him as I am about anything else in this series. Oh right, I forgot. Not a lot was changed in the move from Sonic Generations to Sonic and Shadow Generations. They added some collectibles and updated controls and such. But most of the content is the same. The character skins were not available in the original. One of the things they did add, though, for our more small and round friend is the drop dash from Sonic Mania. If you hold the jump button as you're in the air, or if you tap the jump button a second time as you're in the air, and you're holding it when you land, you'll immediately spin dash.
Aw, you guys.
It's kinda impossible to surprise you.
You totally got me this time. I had no idea.
Yeah, right. Happy birthday, Sonic. Hope you like this.
Like it? I love it.
Always good to see a birthday chili dog.
What?
Sonic, what is that? What's it doing?
Sonic, please mourn the chili dog later. We've got more pressing concerns.
Hey, those are my friends.
Help us!
Is this not how birthday parties normally go? I've been having mine all wrong then. If your party doesn't end up with you waking up in a featureless white expanse, then I don't know what you're doing. I will refrain from clarifying whether or not you can collect the chili dog. So now we're playing as a more current iteration of Sonic, and his moveset reflects that. We can slide, we can homing attack. I don't think we can actually spin dash, but we can boost. Because that was what was in at the time. Green Hill is, of course, the representation for the first game. Though this was at the start of, we'll say, acknowledging the series' history more, and less charitably reusing the same levels from the same games in, like, every game to follow. Green Hill is in Sonic Forces, it's in Mania, it's in Frontiers. Boosting's a better call here. But the important thing is, Green Hill hadn't shown up for a while when Generations came out. And it's nothing if not an iconic stage. This is nothing if not an iconic fish. Uh-oh. Tragic. One thing that they did change significantly in the move to this remaster collection, they actually redubbed the entire game. I assume because Shadow Generations uses the new voice cast since it's a new game. Good job, Sonic, you did it. And they wanted to make sure it was consistent, but that also resulted in some significant dialogue changes and a few different changes to the cutscenes. In the original iteration, for instance, in the opening cutscene when Amy is trying to hug Sonic, he's actively pushing her away. That's not the case here. And they made a few other changes in that realm. That would be Heroes, and we'll get to it later. The good news is we have goed fast and rescued Tails.
Thanks, Sonic. That was awful. I couldn't tell where I was or what had happened. Ugh. Like I was trapped in a nightmare.
Well, you're safe now, and that's what's important. Is it just me, or does Green Hill look different?
This isn't South Island, and all the color and life's been drained from it. Totally strange.
And no stranger than fighting evil
South Island
or saving aliens
is
in the
one
Interstellar
of
Amusement Park. Right
the
now, we should focus on
changes.
finding our friends.
We can start over there.
They've made a more
That skyline looks
consistent
familiar,
effort
but I can't be
to
sure.
Well, that's as good a lead as any.
unify
Tails. Back in a flash.
the descriptive lore of the series.
Wow, that was crazy, Sonic. You weren't kidding. It's like you never left.
And the actual names for the settings are a part of that. The Chow are the new collectible. There are 3 Chow in every stage. Wait. What do you have to say, Tails?
Hi.
Oh yeah, that's also a thing. This game has skills. That was too far. So we can buy... We get skill points for clearing a stage. We can use those skill points to buy skills. I also got skill points for buying the game early. That just get applied always. The skill sets are a little bit funky in this game, but we'll get there. No reason not to just get all of the skills. You'll note that some of the skills have notes on which ones or which acts they can be used on. A lot of them are both. Those are the green ones. These blue ones are Modern Sonic only. They'll have to do with abilities that only Modern Sonic can use. Athleticism's nice to have. Safety net is nice to have, and we don't have room for anything else. Yeah, drop dash is a skill that we have equipped by default. That also shows that Classic Sonic's other abilities or exclusive skills are yellow, like his UI. We can start with a shield. That'll take up most of our skill points. So we're just gonna go with the same general setup. I like not losing speed, and I like respawning with rings. If we tried to 100% the game, we'd be here for significantly longer. You may have noticed that I think it was 26 hours on my original save file. I don't think that that is combined with Shadow. I'm pretty sure that is just on Sonic Generations. Though some of it was spent trying to get the final achievement, which was a pain. Yeah, that pretty well demonstrates the differences. Classic Sonic stages are in the classic style. They're much more similar to Sonic 1, 2, and 3, where modern Sonics follow in the footsteps of Colors for the most part, with a mix of 2D and 3D and a greater focus on boosts and more complex stage mechanics. The Chemical Plant Zone here is from Sonic 2, and it doesn't get quite the same overexposure as Green Hill, but these two stages and the Sonic 3 stage that we'll get to next are definitely overstaying their welcome is extreme, but I don't think they all appeared in Forces. I've only played Forces once. I don't intend to change that. But these three stages were the themes for most of the cyberspace stages in Sonic Frontiers. They all showed up in Sonic Mania. They all show up in a significant number of the mobile games. So, Generations kickstarted that. They've worn their welcome in the 10, 12 years since. Oh yeah, you unlock artwork for clearing stages. Also, you can see here, we actually can see who's trapped in each stage. Who could it be? And it is possible to do either stage or either act second, and thus rescue the character with either iteration of Sonic, but Tails is unique in that there is also a classic variant for him. Amy and Knuckles, despite being introduced during the same era, don't have classic variants here. They've definitely, with Mania and Sonic Origins, Sonic Superstars, which I haven't finished and thus don't remember if it also includes Green Hill Chemical Plant and the Sonic 3 one. I need to finish that one though. Right, Modern Sonic can also quick step on the 3D areas, but boosting uses the right trigger, and quick stepping uses the bumpers, so it's a little awkward to do both at the same time. That may be a skill issue on my part, oh dear, but it is what it is. I'm having to fight a little bit not to let the speedrun demons take over. Because getting all of the Chow, getting all of the red rings, completing all of the bonus missions. I played these stages a lot last year. And thus developed patterns. We're probably not going to get all S ranks, especially if we start doing the bonus stages. Some of those. Ooh. No. I want to take the top path.
All right. Yes.
Yeah, that was my goal. Springs. Another thing to note with Generations is that there were actually two versions of it released at the same time when the game initially came out.
Sonic!
Hey, Tails.
Tails.
This is definitely the chemical plant, but we're not remotely on Westside Island. Did that monster do this?
We'll figure it out later. Our friends come first.
I'll let everyone finish talking before I continue. Hey, Amy. Welcome back.
You saved me, Sonic! I'll be sure to return the favor next time around.
Not really worrying about that right now, Amy.
Wonderful!
So, in two versions of the game. The console version, which has since been updated and re-released, was the primary one, I want to say it came out for PS3 and Xbox 360 and PC. That's how I played it as a kid. Right. I'm not nearly as good at the classic Sonic movement. I'm at least passable with modern Sonic. Alright, I forgot that you can do a quick spin dash using the boost button. But in addition to the console version that, again, is this one, rude, there was a separate version released on the 3DS. And the reason that that's notable is that outside of Green Hill and I think Chemical Plant, it actually has a completely separate stage list. As written, it was supposed to focus more on the handheld entries in the series, but it only kind of does that. I replayed the 3DS version last year as well. I replayed the 3DS version as well, and there's a lot of missed opportunity, I'll be honest. It's cool to see different stages from some of the games. But with how little the handheld games get recognized in the first place, there's a level from Sonic Rush in the 3DS version, which doesn't have a level in this version. But beyond that, the only handheld game that gets really any recognition is the DS version of Sonic Colors, which is kind of cheating, because Sonic Colors also had a console version. Yeah, we didn't get an S rank this time because we died partway through the stage. It's fine. I'm not upset. I do wish... I think the piece that would have made this the definitive edition of Sonic Generations would be fully including the 3DS stages. And I think that the development for the handheld games, including the handheld versions of Generations and Colors, I think that was handled by a different studio. So it makes sense that they weren't included. Plus, that would mean rebuilding a bunch of levels instead of just touching up with assets they already have. Ugh. That's fine, I didn't want that red ring anyway. But in any case, I was primarily a handheld video game player as a kid. And you can tell that from what some of my favorite games in ongoing series still are. Like Minish Cap and Spirit Tracks for Zelda. And that's really the only one I can think of. Because, I mean, I guess Fire Emblem Echoes, Fire Emblem Awakening. It's weird, both Fire Emblem and especially Pokemon were practically handheld-only series for a while. So, you know, the handheld games in those series get talked about because they were the games in those series. Right. Handheld entries in games like that's not how that works. Handheld entries in series like Sonic and Zelda seem to just get left by the wayside. Okay. Oh. I, like a clown, didn't think to press the big glowy button. And now, I, like a clown, have been locked out of the fun secret area. The disparity with console and handheld games obviously isn't as prominent anymore because PlayStation has stopped making, or Sony has stopped making handheld systems, and the Switch is both. But if you look at Smash Ultimate, for instance, there are, I want to say 6 or 7 stages based on Zelda games. One of them is based on a handheld game.
Not that I needed it. Now let's get some payback on that monster.
And
line, knucklehead. All right.
there are 2 or 3 songs from handheld games. In a game that has at least 50 Zelda series songs. I don't know, I could go on about this for a while. The point is, I would have liked for the 3DS version of Generations to A, get more acknowledgement for what it was, and B, to actually be in a representation of the console games. Or the handheld games. I think I have decided on a whim that I'm going to at least play through all of the challenge stages.
Press the button when you need me. Leave it to me.
Because especially the friend challenges are interesting.
Here goes.
This one, for instance, is one big shout out to the Knuckles stages in Adventure and Adventure 2, which focused on searching for stuff.
Sonic! I got this!
And every character has at least one stage solely dedicated to their abilities. Which is cool. It's not other characters being playable, but it's cool. There's an invisible wall there.
Leave it to me!
I brought up Sonic Frontiers a couple of times, and Frontiers has a very interesting relationship with this game. Because Generations is one of a couple of games that Frontiers draws on pretty heavily for its cyberspace stages.
Here goes!
And not just in a level-themed sense. A lot of the cyberspace stages are
I got this!
partially or entirely derived from existing level layouts. Sky Sanctuary Act 2 is one of them. Generations, Sky Sanctuary Act 2. Knuckles, it's right here. I am begging you to make an effort.
Sonic! I got this!
No, we have to make it to the end after getting the medals. Second off from an S rank. Oh well. We only have to do a single bonus stage for each level. But again, Sonic games are not long if you're not 100%ing them. We're not gonna go for S rank on everything, but I think that it'll be more interesting to actually do all of these. I don't think that I did as a kid. I was a whole lot less gung-ho about completing everything in a game when I was a kid. Well, it wouldn't be a Sonic game if we didn't occasionally fall through the world. It's fine. That's not what the button does anymore. I've been shot. Off the top of my head, I know that the the Sonic 3 stage in 3DS version of Generations is Mushroom Hill, or Mushroom Forest. I don't remember. I played through Sonic 3 once. I'm not good at classic Sonic games. I only finished Sonic 2 because Sonic Origins doesn't have lives. Rude? Nice. But yeah, Mushroom Hill. I think the Sonic 2 stage is Casino Night? It's the casino-themed stage, at any rate. And actually, that stage is also in the console version. It was free DLC in the original, but Casino Night Zone is represented as just a pinball machine. I say just, as though that's a bad thing. I really like pinball-based video games. I think that it's neat. And, you know, I can play pinball without having to spend a bunch of quarters because I'm not good at pinball. I'll also admit, my love for the Sonic series has resulted in a love for the casino-themed stages. Disclaimer, gambling bad. But there aren't a lot of games that have made the brightly colored casino aesthetic a recurring level theme. It's pretty much just Sonic. And I think that that as a stage theme is so cool. I like the aesthetic of a casino. It would be a nightmare in overstimulation for me to actually go to a casino. But there's a reason that I have taken the time to solve the slot machines in Dragon Quest V. And the reason is both because I find that interesting as a statistical problem, and because I had nothing better to do that day. I mean, the Dragon Quest games that have casinos generally include some fairly good items in those casinos if you take the time to actually get all of the points that you need. It's usually an unreasonable amount of points, but that's no match for me having an unreasonable amount of time, because my job doesn't have anything for me to do, so I'm playing through Dragon Quest on my phone. That's how I played through 4 and 5. And started 6. Not the best fit for me as a job, but I also wasn't the best fit for the job as an employee. which was part of the issue. Not due to anyone's fault, really. They just didn't need a temp. Tangentially speaking of that job that I'm not going to identify further, we're raising money for MU Healthcare's Children's Hospital. Maybe I shouldn't be plugging that when we're playing the casino level. I don't know, I'm here to play the Funny Hedgehog game, and currently play pinball in the Funny Hedgehog game. I also just think it's fascinating how... Where are you? Where did you go? Sonic, how did you get there? Anyway, we played pinball now. Right, that was what I was saying. I think that it's interesting how a lot of pinball machines have these gradually building mechanics to them that I just never get to fully explore because I'm bad at pinball. I mean, you could see the Chaos Emeralds were there in that pinball machine. You can do something to get Chaos Emeralds. I don't know what. I don't know what happens if you get all of them. I've never done it before. I probably never will, because again, I'm not good at pinball. But they're there, and I think that's neat. Anyway, time to race a fake hedgehog. These challenges are some of the worst to S rank. This is why I have the speedrunner demons. Bad. And yet, I still don't get the top half. Oh well. We can at least see that I'm ahead by a decent bit, and I don't think there's any significant rubber banding with these. I don't remember, I could be lying, but I don't think. Sometimes Sonic does the Sonic Adventure pose when he's doing tricks in this game, and it makes me happy every time. I went over this at length when I actually streamed through Adventure and Adventure 2 for Extra Life a couple years ago, but Sonic Adventure was my first Sonic game, and I will always love it. Oops. I might not be very good at it. Really, the boost style of gameplay is the Sonic I'm the best at, which is a little bit sad, because that's not saying much. Well, that's rude. I would have preferred to get that checkpoint, but that's okay. I don't need it. now that I think about it, the Doppelganger races as a whole are kind of a callback to the multiplayer mode in Sonic 2, where you race split screen through various levels. I mean, that's been done in other Sonic games since then, and actually, that's the primary way that some of the boss fights in the 3DS version take place. We'll get to those. I didn't pay any attention to what I'm supposed to be doing. I think... okay, things are just moving faster. That's the thing. I don't know if I'm moving faster. It's hard to tell because it's Sonic. Go fast is his whole thing. Shout out to the theme song for Sonic X. Which is a piece of music worthy of recording in... It's basically just the phrase "gotta go fast," repeated ad nauseum. Yeah, I had a feeling. I did it again. Oops, as they say. I would really prefer if you only shot once at a time. That's easier to dodge. Can we... Okay. Not my best, but again, we're not going for all S ranks. Toxic Caves is actually from Sonic Spinball, which, based on my earlier ramblings, you can probably guess is one of my favorite Sonic spin-offs. I've never beaten it, because based on my earlier ramblings, I'm not good at pinball. I promise I have more than one thing to say about this game. And occasionally I have more than one thing to say about pinball. But I still think it's neat. Unfortunately, no one said you had to be good at the things that you like. I mean, some people probably do, but they're wrong. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Be bad at stuff. It's really okay. I say, getting an S rank on this. This is the main reason I wanted to do all of the bonus stages. It actually returns more color to the surrounding terrain. So you can see now that we've finished about half of the Sky Sanctuary ones, we've got more color. I think what I'm gonna do is go back from the third stage to... that's not how this looks in front of the camera, that's fine. We're gonna go backwards with Modern Sonic and then come forwards again with Classic Sonic. Gonna deal with this clown later. Also, I love this Metal Sonic design so much. I am not normal about this Metal Sonic. This isn't even my boy. This is not who I was referring to. But I am similarly healthy and normal about around Metal Sonic. I love him so much. There is one plushie of him that looks good. It has been out of production for years, and I am upset about it. Oddly enough, it is difficult to make a good-looking plush of a robot hedgehog. That's fine. Don't worry, I've watched an entire series of movies about getting from point A to point B with only one ring. I'm an expert. I took a class. My nemesis. Getting squished. Frodo never had to deal with this. Frodo did have to deal with that, actually. Kinda. I don't know, his obstacles tended to be pointier. There's a lot of that I was joking about. I'm not joking about the fact that I took a class on Tolkien. I did very much take that class. Okay. Well, time to never get hit again. It's so sad when you run into one of those low ceilings and you forget to slide, so you just have to pathetically inch forward. Please no. I would prefer not to be impaled again. This is fine. Everything is proceeding as it should. Okay. This is fine. My favorite part of Sonic the Hedgehog is standing still and waiting for platforms to move. Okay. There we go. I don't have to replay the entire stage. No, come back. Oh, thanks. Voluntary Panic is from Sonic CD, which is also what this goober's song's from. I'll go ahead and grab the key. There actually isn't a Sonic CD stage proper in either iteration of Generations. The closest we get is the Metal Sonic battle. This is fine. Which, in this version of Generations, does take place on a level based on CD. The rival battles are actually on relevant stages in this game. In 3DS version, they are not. Partially because the 3DS version doesn't have stages from games that they're all in. And again, neither version has a Sonic CD stage. I'm fairly certain that Metal Sonic's fight instead takes place on, well, in Casino Night. And we'll get to the others later. It's the rival battles in the 3DS version that use that same kind of race against a similarly skilled opponent mechanic. So, again, in all cases, that is not the most fitting option. Though I suppose it's also relevant for my boy. Again, we'll get to that later. If I remember. Maybe I should just get to it now. I won't remember. There are a pair of... No, 3 seconds? There are a pair of Sonic games on the PSP. Sonic Rivals and Sonic Rivals 2 that are entirely focused on 1v1 races. I don't like them, but Rivals was what properly introduced my favorite character to the series canon, because his actual introduction game is a mess that uncanons itself. So even though his skill set does not lend itself to racing, it's still a component of his place in the series. Is not how I'm supposed to approach this issue, and as a result, it isn't working. Even years later, it's kind of weird for me to hear the Sonic cast with not the 4Kids character, or the 4Kids voice actors. Despite the fact that it wasn't the 4Kids cast that did Sonic Adventure. Four Kids cast was established through Sonic X. That's why it's the 4Kids. It's because 4Kids was the company that handled dubbing for Sonic X and several other anime in the US, most of which people didn't like very much, because they cut a lot of stuff and I don't know. I don't know anything about One Piece. People don't like the 4Kids dub. I know that much. But they started using that cast in the games with, I think, Shadow the Hedgehog? Might have been Sonic Heroes? No, it wasn't Sonic Heroes. Because Tails still sounds like a toddler in Sonic Heroes. Oh yes, give me the rings. Don't worry. I'll be fine. See? Oh shoot. It's actually very possible to fail this one simply because you don't have enough rings. Because the dang ring machine doesn't have brakes. See? Failed. And it doesn't help to run into something. Get some air, because nobody needs to hear the Sonic drowning music. Was that a bomb? Did you try to make me explode? That's not very ring machine of you. Okay, it'll actually be to my benefit to climb up this faster and then not get hit. There we go. Even got an S rank. That was an artwork. The big gold notes are music. Sonic Boom, which we got from the Amy level, is appropriately also from Sonic CD. Which I suspect is where they're going with the fourth Sonic movie, actually. Whoops. Sonic CD is kind of a weird one. Because it's not a numbered game, and despite releasing after Sonic 2, Tails isn't in it. And there aren't a lot of Sonic games released after Sonic 2 that don't include Tails at all. I believe that the canon they've established since Origins is that CD takes place before 2. It's still funky. Sonic canon is a whole other thing that I don't have the mental energy to... What is that one here? Sweet Mountains from Sonic Colors. The stages are roughly... Not even roughly. The stages are in chronological order based on game. We've had 1, 2, and 3, which form the classic era, leading up to a boss. And also have their designated rival fight, the sole representative of Sonic CD. Rude. I say as though that was anything's fault except my own. I feel like I have been overly focused today on things that I or others don't like. And that's not exactly in the spirit of things. Oops. So, on a more positive leaning note, Generations at the time it released, and largely since then, was one of the favorite Sonic games in years. It was largely seen as having perfected the formula that Colors established, and bringing back the classic gameplay style as well, after the not as well received, I think that was after Sonic 4. Whoops. It was well regarded, and it still is. The only real complaint that I've seen levied at this re-release is that it doesn't... They didn't change much. But they didn't need to. Sounds like my dog wants to come back in. But Vanna Citadel. I think that's from Unleashed. Do this doppelganger race while I'm waiting for an answer. I have now gotten my answer. I will grant that playing Generations, or playing Sonic Generations after Shadow Generations is a little weird, because while Sonic Generations came out early 2010s, Shadow Generations is a completely new game, and thus it follows Frontiers in the control department more than games that came out before Frontiers existed. Funny how that works. So definitely a little funky with the two of them. But make no mistake, Generations is a great game. It's one of the only Sonic games that I've actually played all the way through on PC, because I didn't have another way to access the console version. I think the only other one is Sonic CD. That spring really confuses you, huh? Sonic CD for a while had a standalone release on Steam. It was based on a different port, if memory serves. Maybe mobile? That might have been one of the things that Christian Whitehead worked on. I know that he did he was heavily responsible for the mobile version of Sonic 2, and then got involved and headed up Sonic Mania. Don't remember if CD on Steam was his. I'm gonna let my dog in real quick. I think that version mobile anymore? We eat our own things. Don't be intimidated by Shadow. Fairly certain that most of the classic Sonic games are no longer available individually on Steam after Sonic Origins released. And actually, they took the entire Sega Genesis and Mega Drive Classic collection off of Steam. Which is a shame, because that was the best way to play most of those games. They at least seem to have listened to people to the respect that the original version of Sonic Generations is still available on Steam. Yes. I have learned nothing and will repeat this mistake. They really want me in the air for this. I'm not exactly giving them what they want. which is also a shame, because giving them what they want is faster. Well, no, the opposite is generally true. But in this case, they have set things up so that being in the air is faster. Oh dear. Okay, cool. Still got an S rank. And, okay, no, I did not throw myself into the waterfall. Kingdom Valley. That is from Sonic 06. That is a hilariously large boost gauge. And I will make appropriate use of it. Now, who would put that there? That was sad. Cool. We're about done with this round of bonus challenges for Sonic. By which I mean, we're done with this round of bonus challenges for modern Sonic. Hey, Omachow. That's nice. Yeah, unsurprisingly, that takes a lot of points. Now, we're just gonna add Power Break and call it good. Now, let's go with what I am substantially worse at. Not that way. No, this is fine. This is simply creating dramatic tension. I can't homing attack, which is throwing me off. That's how classic Sonic works, but still. Uh-oh. That works. Despite my relative inability to play the original Sonic games, and being more than a little tired of Green Hill at this point, I can't argue with the Green Hill Zone music. Huh, Stardust Speedway. That is also Sonic CD, and that's actually... yeah, that is where the Metal Sonic fight is based. Because that's where the Metal Sonic fight is in Sonic CD. Now I want to see the symphony again. I'm pretty sure that it's not running at this point. I think the only 2025 date that they had, or show that they had, was in January in DC, and I didn't want to be in DC in January. Oh, cool. We even got S-ranked by a hair.
First one to the finish wins.
I don't think that the stages in the original changed lighting like this. They might have. Again, I don't know that I played all of these as a kid. I might have. Huh, that's the solution. Not aggressively spin dash into them. If they're trying to interfere in the race, though, they're not doing a very good job. Endless Possibility is the theme song from Unleashed. Weird that they didn't make any lighting changes like this in modern Sonic stages. I quite like Green Hill Zone at sunset and then night. Okay, well, you can dance around all you want, but I am going to fight you. This is not the correct direction. There we go. I feel like I remember struggling with this mission. Whoa. Okay, we're good. Everything is fine. Now, was that mission 5? That was mission 4. I need to use the bathroom, but it seems silly to do that and then come back and play one more Green Hill Zone stage. So... it is possible that I don't know how to drop down. That's what I was going for. We'll go with that being intentional. Oh. Moving and grooving sometimes at the same time. We hope you like that one loop-de-loop. Or corkscrew, rather. Just a couple seconds late. Oh well. Okay, yeah. That's restoring color to the rest of Green Hill Zone. Supersonic Racing is from Sonic R, which I don't think was the first Sonic racing game, but was certainly an early one. Enjoy the Metal Sonic music while I go use the restroom and probably make myself a hot beverage of some kind. Probably tea, because I don't need more caffeine. I'll be back in a few. Okay, we are back. Ooh. Huh. I don't think I knew you could do that, and I don't really know why you can do. Anyway. That's Sonic. Metal Sonic's fight is mostly about dodging until you can find an opening. I thought that you had an opening while he was charging. Nope, Metal Sonic? Okay, there you go. You'll get tired soon. Not tired enough, I guess. Not too tough of a battle. Tougher to get S rank on. Never mind, I thought you had to do it without getting hit. That gives us a Chaos Emerald. Which, despite perhaps appearing optional, this is a Sonic game released after about 2000. The Chaos Emeralds are not optional.
I'll take care of this one. Yeah. Huh. You can count on me. Huh.
Let's just avoid any of these projectiles.
Here goes.
Tails, no!
Sonic. Huh.
That's my name. I should probably stay here. This strikes me as not the type of pit I want to fall into. Those boost rings have the same design that they used in Sonic Adventure, or rings of the same purpose. I'm not sure what, if any, limitations there are on Tails' flight ability in this, but in Adventure, those rings would refresh your ability to fly in addition to boosting you forward. And I'll go fast. Switch that makes this wall disappear. Pipe that makes my rings disappear. Oh wait, I probably need that switch. Bother. Yep. Okay, good. These ones don't move. That's not exactly how I anticipated that going. You were hiding a switch. Go. Not too bad of an S rank. Neo Green Hill. That might actually be Sonic Advance. I don't remember. Bubble Shield is fun. Boo. Boo. Hehe. Are they not going to require me to go underwater? They're not. I was half a second off. One of the primary functions of the bubble shield is you can breathe underwater. So it's weird that they wouldn't require you to go underwater. I always like the type of mission that's just, you're invincible, go nuts. No, please. Go. Yeah, this would have gone better if I didn't get stuck on those moving platforms. Things that move are a pervasive struggle for me. Leaf Forest. Sonic Rush? That's either Rush or Advance 2. So at least the handheld games are getting some love in the music department. I like the tubes. There's absolutely room for criticism of hands-off set pieces in Sonic games, but sometimes it's fun to just watch yourself go fast. And that's a whole lot easier than having to navigate go fast on your own. Obviously, there wouldn't be much point to the game if it played itself entirely. But the occasional thing where you effectively set up dominoes and watch them fall down, that's fun. And we're done with Chemical Plant. On to Sky Sanctuary, and then we'll be moving on to new stages. And we're starting off with another doppelganger race. This one could be a struggle. Sky Sanctuary. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble speaking today. Fine. Sky Sanctuary Act 1 is tricky. Yeah, that's how I expected that to go. Those kinds of situations are always fun, too. And you can just get yourself going and then bounce across a bunch of enemies. That's a big component of what makes, especially classic Sonic level design, fun. I did it. I did exactly the same thing. A second time. Oh right, these things. I didn't actually see them in the first run through, though we'll be seeing them more in the bonus challenges. Rude. I paid for the whole platform. I want to use the whole platform. I probably am not supposed to go that way. Had to guess. Yeah, there we go. Not looking great on our little race here. Yeah, there comes the boy. Yeah. Not looking great. Definitely not getting an S rank. Not getting A rank, actually. Apparently. Do I still get credit for completing it, or do I have to do it again to get any rank at all? I don't... What am I doing? Just... send it. Okay. This is fine. Like I said, Sky Sanctuary Act 1 is a struggle. I think that's probably the Sonic 1 special stage music? Maybe Sonic 2? You do not go into ball when that... There we go. Would have been so good if I hadn't missed the thing entirely. This is fine. Oh. Can't believe they blocked me off from the loop. Heard of being out of the loop. This is ridiculous. Anyway. Now now we don't have to go that way again. See, again, they changed the lighting significantly, and that didn't happen at all on Sonic's, or modern Sonic stages. Off I go. With exactly one exception, Sonic music is always good. Sky Sanctuary might be my absolute favorite of the Genesis era stage themes. Oh, cool. Yes, tea is good. Well, Harbor is Sonic Adventure 2. Alright, this is the one.
Whoever finishes first wins.
That's whoever decided how collision works with these things. It's hard to move fast with these because anytime you move, you... Where? What? Ooh. Does she damage you? I feel like the answer is probably yes. I'm not sure how that still counts as you being ahead of me. I don't need an S rank. The reward here is survival. Okay, good. I think you can see the Death Egg moving in the background. If the appearance alone was not an obvious enough Star Wars reference, it is in fact called the Death Egg. Rude. turn into one ring? Oh, I didn't even ring that one. Just kind of clobbered it. Okay, that and the first round of bonus stages completely done. Emerald Coast is Sonic Adventure, and that's actually the stage from Sonic Adventure in the 3DS version. Which is personally my preference between the two. You'll see what I'm referring to here in a minute. If we get through the Hall of Mirrors.
Take a good look at yourself, Sonic.
Dr. Eggman!
It's the last thing you'll see in this world.
Another Sonic? What? Wait a second!
Welcome to the Death Egg. The Death Egg robot is the final boss of Sonic 2.
I will flatten you.
You sure will. That makes sense. I also have a Lego set of the Death Egg robot.
I will flatten you.
Which was the first Lego Sonic set I got, because I really like when those sets are based on very specific things from the games. Well, I'm supposed to get up on the thing, but yeah, I stopped it too high. You can also just blow yourself up with those. So, that's something to watch for. think, actually, while the cutscene plays. I'll grab my Lego Jetpack robot. A little bit dusty. Been sitting there for a while. But it's got movable joints and such. There's also an Eggman in the cockpit. Not. That's indeed. And I believe the set also came with a little speed launcher thing for Sonic and a ramp that if you hit here, it pops off the back. There are a couple little animals you can put in there to rescue. I really like the Sonic Lego sets. Anyway. Like I said, I have a healthy and normal interest in this series.
No! No! Sonic, save me! No!
Still got more cutscene. Yep.
Huh. Couldn't have done it better myself.
This confirms it. It sure does. Older versions of us. Places and enemies from our past. We're traveling through time, Sonic.
Without the time stones?
It's like that big thing that kidnapped Eggman can consume time. And then it looks like it dragged your friends here. I mean, our friends. You know what I mean. There it is! Where'd it go?
We need to track it down, and fast.
That we have left the classic era and entered into what's generally referred to as the Dreamcast era, despite the fact that the third game represented wasn't on the Dreamcast. Thought it counts. What was I gonna say? I want to check the skill shop real quick. Bit. Right, that's what I was gonna say. Don't really want to whip either of those. The bosses are also different between the console and 3DS versions. The eras broadly are the same, with one oddity. The third game in this era... I need to stop... There we go. The third game in this era is Sonic Heroes. Oops. I needed to hit that ramp. Fortunately, there was a checkpoint right there. Which does make sense. Heroes was the next 3D Sonic game after Adventure 2. This, naturally, is Speed Highway from Sonic Adventure 1. Which, again, I like Speed Highway. Oops. It probably would have been my second pick. Maybe third? I also really like Lost World. Hey! Some guy. That's the first Chow we've found. I do recognize, though, there's some clear... There are clear parallels in the 3DS and console stages that indicate that they were definitely trying to avoid overlapping level themes. Because in the 3DS version, as I mentioned when we got its music, the Sonic Adventure stage is Emerald Coast. But here, to spoil a little bit of the suspense, but this game's also been out for... This version's been out for a year, and prior it's been out for upwards of a decade. No perfect bonus, because we died. So it goes. The Sonic Heroes stage is Seaside Hill, which is another beach, coastal-themed stage. So, Emerald Coast would have meant doubling up on the beach theme. Similarly, the 3DS stage for Adventure 2 is Radical Highway, which I don't feel like I need to express how that overlaps in theme with Speed Highway. I mean, granted, the console version, Sonic Adventure 2 stage, is also a city theme, but in that case, I do not believe that there is a better stage to represent Adventure 2 than the one we're about to get to. That's not how that was supposed to go. I'm really glad, though, that the modern version of this stage has the running down the side of a skyscraper section. Camera? Hello? Uh-oh. Oh, cool. We live. This is where I feel the stages start to get more interesting from a gameplay perspective as well. Can I, like... I don't think I can brake, so I can drift. I'm pretty sure that's a Frontiers thing. Yeah, the skyscraper run is the best argument in favor of this stage as representative of adventure. We do still have 4 city-themed stages. Oh well, here's Cream. I love her.
Thank you for saving me, Mr. Sonic. It was so scary, but I tried to be really brave.
You did great, kiddo.
Cream was introduced in Sonic Advance 2, and she is hilariously overpowered. I hate to interrupt the music. Because, heck yeah, we got 2 new versions of City Escape. No. Also, the truck is back. And whoever is driving the truck has clearly just gone off the deep end. To a hilarious degree, it is especially apparent in the modern version. Uh-oh! My favorite item, skateboard. This is fine. I was only kind of joking, the skateboard is rad. Remember when I said... Okay. Remember how I said... Oh. Rip to the concept of ever getting an S rank with Classic Sonic again. That's tragic. You need 50,000 points to cross the threshold for A rank. Though the perfect bonus does bump you up a rank no matter where you are. It's just that A is the highest you can get on score alone. You can drift. That's how you drift, okay. Hooray, a second Chow. We're up here now, I guess. Oh no, I'm out of boost. How could this have happened? Sometimes I don't really have anything to say. I just like this game. And despite the fact that I prefer Adventure 1 to Adventure 2, City Escape is probably my favorite stage. Anyway, you remember what I said about the truck driver being even worse in Modern Sonic stage? He's got buzzsaws now. I don't know who greenlit the construction of this truck. They were wrong. But it's really funny to me that they said, oh yeah, we'll bring the truck back. And we're gonna go as hard as possible with it. It's got rocket engines. It is following me on the side of a building. This is not someone who should have a license. Anyway, here's Rouge.
Thanks, Big Blue. That's the first time I've ever been stolen.
You're a real gem, Rouge.
Now, time for Seaside Hill. And I will say, Cityscape is absolutely the first choice for Adventure 2. That... okay. Right, I don't like this level. Cityscape is the choice for Adventure 2. But Radical Highway is definitely the second choice. Those are far and away the two most distinct and significant stages in that game. And, oh boy, we won't be seeing Emerald Coast because we're not playing the 3DS version. But if you wanted to see Radical Highway, we'll get there, and then we will never leave. I also love the egg pond design that was introduced in Heroes. They're just so goofy. Look at this absolute goober. Look at him go. I love that. And I'm very glad that they have remained a staple part of the Sonic... I don't know, it's not really a bestiary if they're all robots. I may not like this level, but at least it has giant turtles. There's a Chow up there. We're not going to save it because I'm busy exploring Atlantis. But it's there. Oh, hey. One noteworthy thing that I really like about classic Sonic's iterations of modern stages is that they tend to bring in mechanics from other classic stages that aren't otherwise represented. Like the... Squoomsh. The tunnel there... Yeah. The tunnel there with the poles you grab onto and move up and down on, directly out of Hydro City Zone from Sonic 3. Or Hydrocity. It's written as one word. It's... I don't think we know. Whoops. Right. Anyway, to make up for the fact that the stages don't really have anything to do with classic Sonic after the first three. They use some of those mechanics from other classic Sonic stages, and I think that's neat. I mean, my only childhood memory of Hydrocity Zone is getting stuck on it when I played Sonic 3 as a kid. I'm pretty sure that I never made it past that zone when I had the Virtual Console version of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. But I remember the pole thing. That's fine. That was what I intended to do. To show that if you go off course into the ocean, there's a giant fish robot that eats you. It's also worth a mention that the additional mechanics that it brings up little tutorial prompts for do come up in the stages based on the games that they were introduced in. Yeah, that's the Sonic Heroes experience. So, wall jumping, I think it was called triangle jumping in Heroes, was introduced in Heroes. How kind of balance I have. Stomp. Uh-oh. 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 Yeah, this is not my favorite stage. Do I even have lives? I don't think that... I think that lives are something you can turn on. Omachow. Off. Being real though, removing lives is one of my favorite game design advancements in the last, like, decade. There was plenty of reason to have lives in games when there wasn't room for the content to make a game purchase worthwhile, so the solution was make it difficult instead. But they're just... they're not an encouraging mechanic. So the fact that the fact that remakes of platformers are starting to phase out lives if they had them in the first place, excellent. Chef's kiss, no notes. There we go. No! No! This is not a regulation labeled wall jumpable spot. What? Oh, those platforms move in and out. Good to know. They had me for a moment. Okay. You know what they say? Bees are fine. Rip Espio.
Okay, so we're pretty sure we've figured things out. And it's pretty dire. Ah! That thing keeps jumping back and forth through time, consuming the dimensional energy. And all that's left behind is this lifeless white void. The Sonics are the one constant here. Their speed is restoring space-time.
Then I guess we have to run like there's no tomorrow, or there won't be a tomorrow.
Anyway, Espio's okay now, in case anyone was worried.
We're facing a dangerous foe, Sonic. Better be on your guard.
Sure thing.
Espio's so cool. I say that without a shred of irony. I love Espio. He's not like a top 3 character or anything, but I love him. Oh, right. Welcome to Seduce the Robots, the level.
From my charms. Use the button if you want me. You leave this to me. Here goes.
I don't know why Rouge can use her wiles, quote-unquote, on robots.
Leave this to me. Here goes.
Rouge, I am begging you to roll for seduction.
Sonic.
Yeah, I don't need that one.
Leave this to me. Here goes.
Sir?
Sonic. Here goes.
They really had to think of level and mechanic concepts for every character and someone looked at Rouge and said, "What do we do?"
Leave this to me. Here goes. Sonic,
Oh dear.
leave this to me. Here goes. Leave this to me. Sonic,
Please. This one was a rough S rank. Wow. Year-to-date Extra Life fundraising has almost hit $10 million. Oh. I think that I pointed out bosses are different between versions, and then I didn't say what the classic boss was in the 3DS one. The classic era boss in the 3DS game is Big Arm, the final boss of Sonic 3, period. If you're playing Sonic 3 and Knuckles, or just Sonic and Knuckles, then Big Arm's like the first half. Okay, now we can make up substantial time if we don't run off into the ocean like a goofball. There we go. And now we can make up substantial time if we don't fall in the ocean like a goofball. Ah, we get Car this time. These cars are representative of a mechanic in Heroes. There actually isn't a Heroes stage in the 3DS version. Every era in this version is 3 stages. But with 3DS, you have 3 stages in the classic era, and 2 each for the Dreamcast and modern, which we haven't gotten to yet, eras. No, why? No, no, no. Oh wait, there's... This is not helpful. I don't know why this is here. There might be a red ring or chow there in the normal level that you just can't get because this is a challenge. No, please. Uh-oh. Yeah. So, the 3DS version has stages from Sonic 1, 2, and 3, Adventure 1 and 2, and then Rush and Colors. Colors is here, too. But, yes, I know. We haven't gotten there yet. Also, I have finished my tea, and thus need to use the bathroom again. So I will be right back. Okay, so I've had the surprising revelation that perhaps the reason that I'm not feeling great is that I haven't eaten much today. So what we're gonna do for the next little bit while I eat some food is take a look at the stuff that we have collected. I did just turn the camera back on, but I am going to turn it back off while I eat. So, okay, yeah, we can just rewatch the cutscenes here. So most of what we've unlocked is concept art. Particularly for the older stages, since there was a significant graphical bump. I like the little doodle of Sonic in this one. I don't know, it just makes me happy. Kind of a shame that they didn't go for that more viney look. I wish it was more common to translate the Japanese text on concept art. Obviously, that's a lot more work than adding a JPEG to the game files. But it'd be nice to see what those notes said, whether or not they are reflected in the final product. Some of these kind of look like they just dropped in Sonic's Unleashed model for a size reference. Sky Sanctuary is a cool one to have in Generations, though, because the original stage is very three-dimensional. Even in its 2D incarnations. So giving it the chance to really be that vast floating island that it's intended to be. Really cool. I like Tails in this sketch. Get him go. It's cool to see the cross sections for the platforms, because you can clearly tell that a lot of thought went into it. You can't just press the 3D button on 2D assets and have them translate. You gotta know what they're gonna look like, and that requires adding a lot of fidelity compared to 16-bit iterations. Didn't realize we had unlocked concept art that was past where we are in the game. Yes, it does show. Arenas for boss fights. But Stardust Speedway has a lot in the background. Death Egg's mostly just in space, but that doesn't mean that it's not a detailed environment. We'll get to see if I was right on some of these. If I had my 3DS capture card yet, it would be cool to have included the 3DS version of Generations. Not this time, I suppose. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this when it came up, but Sonic mentions that the current situation isn't any weirder than fighting genies in a storybook or dealing with an interstellar amusement park. And that line was in the original version of Generations, which is interesting because it's, I think, the first case where anything indicates that the storybook games are canon. I've talked before about how much I love Sonic and the Black Knight. So having any indication that those are more important to the franchise than just isolated spin-offs, kinda nice. I mean, they're eager to bring back the Knights of the Round Table as alternate forms for mobile games. But I hope at some point we get a storybook remaster collection. It'd be a lot of work because both games are so heavily dependent on motion control. They were Wii games. Sonic and the Secret Rings was a launch title for the Wii. But neither one of them has been available for upwards of a decade. Oh, no, that was Sonic Heroes bonus stage. I do think that both games fell victim to the brand damage control that happened in the early to mid 2010s. Because so many Sonic games had gotten very negative reviews, they pretty much pulled from circulation any game that didn't meet a certain review threshold, which included 06, Unleashed, storybook games, I don't remember others. I've been the DS Classic collections as well. They've become more willing to acknowledge that part of their history. I mean, Shadow Generations alone is proof of that, kind of. We'll get there. But I expect that that is likely the reason we haven't seen any other releases of those games. Also, I probably shouldn't let this play through because lyrics. So here's Kingdom Valley. I think his world is probably almost definitely the first song with any element of rap that I regularly listened to and learned the lyrics to. It's still not a genre that I go to a lot, but I respect it. This possibility is such a weird one for vocal music from the franchise in particular. I mean, for one thing, this possibility is by Bowling for Soup. We also did the Phineas and Ferb theme song, and nothing else that I'm familiar with. But Endless Possibility is not on the digital version of the Sonic Unleashed soundtrack. Most soundtracks to Sonic games are on iTunes, they're on Spotify, they're music platforms. The original version of Endless Possibility is not. And as far as anyone knows, it's not a rights dispute or anything. Bowling for Soup doesn't know why it's not there. It was just a weird case. I mean, the character themes from Adventure 1 and 2 are in their own separate album from the soundtracks for those games. I discovered that when I was making the video to announce the Adventure 1 and 2 Extra Life event a couple years ago, when I realized that I didn't have Shadow's theme in my library because it wasn't on either of their soundtracks. But the game themes, Open Your Heart, Live and Learn, are on their soundtracks. And Sonic Heroes and Ahead have all of the vocal themes on the same soundtrack. So I don't know what's going on with Unleashed. I'm not the biggest fan of Sweet Mountain relative to the other songs from Sonic Colors. This iteration of it is fine. There's one... Sonic Colors has several different versions of each of its stage themes, and Ultimate added a couple more for each. One of them just cranks up that intro brass to a point that it's really grating. Waves is indeed from Sonic Spinball. Very crunchy soundtrack. The Toxic Caves is a bop. Sonic CD is really interesting musically. Because, and this is fairly well-known Sonic trivia, I'm not gonna blow most people's minds with this, but there are two completely distinct versions of the soundtrack. When the game was localized, they remade the entire soundtrack because they didn't think that it would appeal in the US. And both iterations of the soundtrack are fairly distinct stylistically from the other Sonic games at the time. But the result is that we have two completely different Sonic CD soundtracks. and I never remember which one's which. Sonic Boom was in both, which is important. I'm fairly certain, and I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain that Sonic Boom is the first vocal theme in the series. Which is a landmark distinction to have. That's holy cow, there are a lot of them now. Okay, again, I mean, at this point, I've played through practically the entire song, so there's not much point in me switching over for the sake of copyright concerns. Did I leave my phone downstairs? No, I left my phone on the back of my chair. You know, like you do. Not like I'm eligible for monetization on YouTube, and even if I was, I wouldn't monetize Extra Life. But I don't want to get content ID'd. We'll still go through the rest of the songs we've unlocked, mostly because I want to keep talking about Sonic music, because I am normal about this franchise. One of the central mechanics in Sonic CD is time travel. You can switch between past, present, and future iterations of each stage, and one of the primary goals is to interrupt Eggman's schemes to keep the future bright. Every stage's future starts in a very mechanical, industrial, bad future state. And you have to change things in the past and present versions of the stage to change the future to keep it natural, to keep it brighter. It's not really been established what outcome is canon in most cases. Metal Sonic's fight always takes place in the bad future. Every time he's shown back up as a CD reference, it is in the bad future on Stardust Speedway. So there's some reason for doubt there. The time stones that Sonic referenced in the cutscene after we finished Seaside Hill are the game's equivalent to the Chaos Emeralds. I've never played Sonic R. I would venture a guess that most people have never played Sonic R because it's Sonic R is a Sega Saturn game, I want to say. Yeah, it's a Sega Saturn game. There was a PC version. And it is part of Sonic Gems collection, which was one of a couple of GameCube and PS2 Sonic game collections. But that's the only time that it's been re-released. Okay, Neo Green Hill is Sonic Advance. I thought so. I would also love to see a Sonic Advance collection. I picked up the games last year, early last year, but it'd be nice for them to get the like Castlevania Advance collection treatment. is Advance 2. I believe it's the first level of Advance 2. Neo Green Hill is, relatedly, the first level of Advance 1. Oh, Splash Hill is from Sonic 4. And that's the last one we've got, which is good time. Let's get back to the Seaside Hill bonus challenges. And, you know, let me adjust my posture a bit so I can actually see the screen around the camera. That's important. Yeah? Do you have thoughts, buddy? Your thoughts are that you want to leave. You have been up here for a few hours at this point. We'll get to you. Right, getting to the other half of Sonic Heroes, or Seaside Hills, challenges requires going around via City Escape. Okay, I'm guessing he needs to go out, so I am actually going to run and do that before we get back into playing challenge stages. We'll start playing the game again when we can. Okay. Now, we're gonna get back to playing the heckin' game. And make sure that despite my dubious effort at posture, the camera can still see me. These cars are weird to control in Heroes, and they are weird to control here. Cool. We did the thing. Oh no. Now we have to go back up and around City Escape. It's the return of the giant fish. Except now, nothing can save us. Nothing. Nothing can save us. Wow. Return of the giant fish. Could have saved myself last time if I had course corrected properly. Uh-oh. I did not course correct properly. What? Oh, I ran out of boost. That's the tough thing about the checkpoints in this one. That and I'm not very good at, you know, walking on water. More of a Jesus thing than a me thing. Go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No! I got back in bounds, I promise. No! This is why we're not going for S ranks and everything, by the way. because going for S ranks and everything would be even more painful than whatever this is. We did it! Did I actually leave my phone downstairs this time? What have I done? No, it's in that pocket. Should use rollerblades more often. Closest you really get to that is Shadow and his rocket skates. Sorry, air shoes. No! Didn't even see what song we got. That was the saddest thing. Can't do tricks in here. Ugh. There we go. I don't really remember this one, and I have to imagine it's because this is about how it went the first time. No? Okay. Right, getting Shadow is funky.
I'll help you with the rings, Mr. Sonic. Press the button if you need me.
Okay, every challenge stage is gonna have this music. I might have to use some of the music we've unlocked. Did not time that correctly. No.
Whoa!
No. Oh. Okay. This doesn't feel like it is a well-equipped park. Oh, cool. I got extra time from the unused rings. Hey, look, it's Hydrosity Zone. It's written as 2 words there, so I have to imagine it's intended to be Hydro City? Nope. I did not realize there were spikes behind that ring. Maybe the real reason we're escaping the city is that it has terrible infrastructure. Please. Please? Thank you. Not the right way. That's still not the right way. There we go. Okay. Hey, Shadow. So Shadow's boss fight has quite a bit in common with his boss fights in Adventure 2. Except we have special moves. And we need the orbs to use them. Well, that could have been slightly more effective. I bet that the extended boost gauge skill would be extremely funny here. Okay. Shadow also gets theme music when he powers up, if you let him collect 2 of these things. There we go. He's fine. I'm fairly certain that the theme he gets is his character theme from Adventure 2. Which really doesn't get a lot of callbacks. It's just hard to argue with All Hail Shadow. Now we definitely have the 4th Chaos Emerald, because we knocked it off of our good friend Shadow. Uh-oh. Okay, good. I don't really remember this one either, and I can't tell yet if it's because it was another one and done, or because I've blocked it out. I feel like it's probably because it was a one and done. Oh, cool. Chemical plant. This is silly. I wish that the music played at double speed. Ugh. I'm not sure how that didn't hit. I was so close. I think I'm making slightly better time this go, though. Yeah, that was what I was going for. Mm-hmm. There we go. Exactly. This could have been the official Night 4 City Escape theme. We were robbed of a thing that everyone wanted. Having this board section with the boost is incredible. One tree. Rip. That could have gone slightly better, but it's fine. Did I kill her? Okay. Rough time. This is no longer a race against a doppelganger, this is a race against the truck. And seriously, the amount of property damage that would definitely be on the military, because this is a US military vehicle, I mean, this entire building is getting destroyed. What happened to the doppelganger? I feel like it just stopped moving. Oh yeah. That was not me disparaging Nightcore. I just don't know how popular it actually is. Marble Zone. I think that is the second... Okay. Actually, I want to check this. Because I feel like they've been inconsistent. Okay, yes. This is the second stage from... not Zelda 1, Sonic 1. It must have been the Death Egg that I flipped past. After I finished this game, I used to boot it up just to wander around the hub and listen to the music. Right, this stage wants me to drift. They used to call him... wait, that's someone else's bit. That's not the direction that the road went. And yes, this stage does have you run through the highway and then run back down in the direction you just came from. There we go. Oh yeah, the thing that I was gonna say that they're inconsistent about.
Think you
A
can
lot
find
of the names of...
ninja arts, camouflage. I must focus.
a lot of the names of the early game stages.
How dare you? Ninja arts, camouflage.
Calm down, Mad Mercer.
I must focus.
This is one of my favorite challenge stages. What? Huh?
Ninja arts, camouflage.
Did I clink off the side of that barrel and fall?
Ninja arts, camouflage.
Huh?
How dare you?
No, I dare, Matt Mercer.
Ninja arts, camouflage. I must focus. Ninja arts, camouflage.
Anyway. This stage is just
Ninja arts,
fun.
camouflage. I must focus.
It's got a unique mechanic, it utilizes it well. And Espio gets to do something for the first time since, like, 2005. There actually was... in the Wii U version of Sonic Lost World. Oh nice, the Sonic Heroes theme. In the Wii U version of Sonic Lost World, there was free DLC that added a level themed after Yoshi's Woolly World, I think? Because that was coming out around that time. Or at least it was supposed to. That game got delayed out the wazoo. But there was a DLC stage based on Yoshi's Woolly World, and there was a DLC stage based on Skyward Sword. They were both free. They're both exclusive to Nintendo platforms, naturally, and neither of them is available anymore because, you know, the Wii U eShop is down. That's game preservation. Not like that's the area I'm interested in working in professionally. I feel like I just brute forced that. But it was funny, so I'm okay with it. This... No, I got too long. Well, that's unfortunate. Speaking of unfortunate, here's whatever that was. I guess that maybe Lost World would have also overlapped with Seaside Hill a little bit. Now that I think about it. Because Seaside Hill is a beach-type level, but it's also a reptile-themed ruins level. So maybe that's part of why they went with Speed Highway. That and Up and Down and All Around. I think I was aware of that. That, and I can't deny, while I like Lost World aesthetically, Speed Highway lends itself more to doing flashy things very fast. I mean, one of the major mechanics in Lost World is ride this slow-moving stone snake. Well, that was tragic. Oh. Cool. Route 99 is one of the kart racer stages in Adventure 2. Now we have Another chase the ring thingy, but this time with modern style. I'm not certain whether hitting the thing is actually beneficial. It's like the end to a Mario level. Anyway. Hooray! Now we get to ride the Ferris wheel. Huh, good, someone's back. Say hi. Okay, so our older dog is taken to just laying up here in the hall. And because he's an old man, we have started putting a bed up here so he can lay on it and it won't be as stressful for his joints. Every time that I have left my room since I started streaming, the cat has been laying on the dog bed, and the dog has been laying on the floor. I have moved him 4 times. And yet, he always comes back. I was trying to spin dash there, but sure, just walk face first into the robot police car thing. I don't know what those are. I mean, I know what police cars are. Hooray! I was 1 second too slow. Okay, this one does come down here. Oh yeah! That was a different song in the original game. I think it was
Get to the goal.
Back to Black from Sonic Rush? But for reasons that are probably rights related, it was replaced with Westopolis from Shadow the Hedgehog in this release. That's fine. Cream, that's cheating. Cream, no, come back. Cream, why? Cream, no. Yeah, I know. Stop it. I was doing so well. Cream, why? Okay, there we go. I stayed ahead of her this time. I don't remember if I need to both collect more Chow and finish the stage faster than her. I guess it doesn't matter either way now. I want to do that one last. Top speeders. That's what they're called. Maybe the real reason we have Speed Highway and then City Escape is because after your antics in Speed Highway, they're trying to arrest you. The gun truck may cause a lot of property damage in City Escape. The property damage is on us here. I was trying to spin dash again. Oh well. Ah. A new venture is the vocal theme for Sonic Rush Adventure, one of the DS games. I probably should have waited for the ring thing. There it is. Oh wait, no, this is not a collect rings. This is Revenge of the Ring thing. It is dropping bombs. I have no reason to wait for you. Except, you know, traffic laws. keep expecting those to go somewhere they aren't. Oh, cool. We did it. Huh? Whatever. Lost an opportunity to gain some distance, but at least we didn't lose a bunch of distance. No. Okay, well now we did. Nice. Sometimes that works out. Which almost makes up for all the times that it doesn't. But it feels so good when it does work. That is something that I appreciate about the classic gameplay style more than the modern style. Because it's so much more momentum-based. When you're able to build up speed, it feels like an accomplishment. Obviously, you had the spin dash for a quick burst of speed, but getting that speed and maintaining it are two very different things. With modern Sonic, you can maintain your top speed as long as you still have boost juice. Flying Groove. I don't actually recognize that one. Which feels like it probably means it's from a Riders game? Oh, Route 99 is Sonic Advance 3. Okay, yes, High Flying Groove is Riders. Oh, right. Classic Sonic has no reason to go. Skateboard. Skating. Skaint. Truck? No truck? Buzzsaw. Again, the infrastructure of this place. Rip skateboard. Gone but never forgotten. Ooh, Thunder Shield. See, again, they changed the lighting only for classic Sonic. Yeah. Truck jump scare. It's awfully nice of them. Ugh. Ungravitify, I do know, is from Sonic Riders. Specifically, Sonic Riders Zero Gravity. My understanding is that we don't talk about Sonic Free Riders. Oops. I've heard really good things on the subject of Sonic and racing games.
Think you can dodge my bombs and get to the finish line?
Rouge, why? With modern Sonic, it's seduce robots. With classic Sonic, it is I am going to make an attempt on your life. Also, these little seesaws with spike balls are a mechanic from Starlight Zone in the first game. Again, Rouge. Why though? Why? Also, yeah, that was an entire house. Who is driving this truck? Is it Rouge? It seems like something Rouge would do. Ugh. Oh, no, skateboard! Rip skateboard. Skateboard! Again. Rip skateboard. I'm not sure that I have ever gotten past that without getting hit. I'm not convinced it's possible. It's probably possible. But I'm not convinced. Three seconds. Oh, I guess we do talk about Sonic Free Riders. I really don't remember there being this many springs in San Francisco. Maybe I wasn't in the right part of town. Oh, I just got spiked into that pit. That'll be easier than dealing with the enemies while they're there. No. No. Ugh. No. Huh. Huh. Set me free. bubble. Sad. I probably don't need to hit that switch. I need to hit that switch. I can jump out of that. That's not the direction I was supposed to go. We wait patiently for the platform to ascend. We no longer wait patiently. I am no longer patient, I want power. Live and learn. A song that likely needs no introduction, but in case it does, Live and Learn is the theme of Sonic Adventure 2. It also plays in the third Sonic movie. It's rad. And I about started whistling along with the music, and then remembered that I am actively streaming and shouldn't do that. That's unfortunate. I'm back at the start. There were no checkpoints. Okay, no. No, my brain convinced me that I also had to redo the underwater level. No. No, that's not nearly as bad as my brain was trying to convince me it was. Okay, now we just avoid jumping into the very small gap between pillars. We were at the end. I have to actually spin dash through that loop. Yeah, there we go.
I'll get us across with my blade. Summon me with the button. I will deal with this. Roger.
Let's have Mercer.
Understood.
Note to self. Hold triangle.
Roger.
Note to self. Do it better.
Understood. Here goes.
I don't think I ever actually completed my thought on Sonic and racing games.
Roger. Here goes. Roger.
There we go. I've heard only good things about Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, and I am very excited to eventually play it once the Switch 2 version comes out. This level. I remember this level. That's not a good thing. War never changes. It probably won't be nearly as bad just trying to finish it. I don't have to S-rank it. That's not my problem. I've done my time. Really thought that I cleared that. Okay, no, it's not working. I should not hurl myself into the abyss. Yeah, not nearly as bad when you don't have to S-rank it. But there we go. Okay. I think this is either the last or the second last Seaside Hill challenge for Classic Sonic. Spin dashing isn't quite as good at running across water as boosting is. Always forget there are spikes there. I had so many runs of this stage interrupted by that set of spikes. Because no matter how many times it happens, I don't expect it. You'd think at some point I would have learned, but no. It was as surprising to me the 12th time as it was the first. But I see. I feel like I'm going to have more to say about generations once we get there, but it could also be that I've said most of what's relevant before we get to the 10th bonus stage based on the same course. I'm committed at this point. Yep, that was the last one. Not that you can tell from here. Maybe that's the Sonic 1 special stage. Okay. Once again, we're gonna get to this boss in a minute. I need to use the restroom, so I will be right back. Okay. I'm gonna keep the camera off for a bit and just lay down. Mostly because I want to be in a different position. So, this boss, specifically, is the single thing in this game that I was the most excited about going in. And if you've been paying attention, you'll know why very quickly. We have a perfect chaos fight when he actually looks like he's supposed to. And a remix of Open Your Heart. I love this boss fight so much. I don't remember if I expressed this in my Extra Life event when I played through Adventure and Adventure 2, but it's been almost 2 years anyway, so we're just gonna go with it. Chaos is my favorite character in Adventure. I just think it's so interesting. It's an adversary that grows and feeds off the same power that you do in a completely different way. Whoops. And it's ultimately not ill-intentioned. Not to be overly repetitive, but it's just so cool. And I keep trying to rush things too much. It is unfortunate in both Adventure and Generations that it doesn't play Open Your Heart the entire time. The music for the second half is good, don't get me wrong. but it feels like it should have started there.
You've brought back so much of the world. You're doing great, Sonic. You mean, you're doing great, Sonics. Right. I may never get used to that. Ah!
Watch out!
Whoa! Did that emerald just scare off the monster? The Chaos Emerald's powers are miraculous, and we sure could use a miracle. We need that emerald! Sonic, your speed has been able to restore our friends. I bet it can restore the Chaos Emerald to full power, too! And I bet you double we're going to need all 7 emeralds.
You're on.
You guys have your work cut out for you.
An adventure's no fun if it's too easy.
There's also just the implicit growth in that you need Super Sonic to fight Perfect Chaos in Adventure. You don't here. And it's just so cool. I promise I have a larger vocabulary than cool. I am very tired. Oops. Whoa. Those fall immediately. Rude. Crisis City here is another one where I couldn't imagine picking a different stage. Of anything in Sonic 06, Crisis City has the most distinct atmosphere. And it translates well. One of a handful of things from 06 that get a much better second chance in Generations. Oh, I found a shell again. Oh, think I unfound the Chow. Whoops. It's almost like I need to put slightly more thought into things than Mew. Yeah, we didn't get S rank. Nope, I've been stomping. My hubris once again. Betrayed by my own go fast. Didn't quite make it up onto that wall there, so no red ring for me. Another Chow. I think we found maybe 4 of them. Oops. Yeah, that's... Right, that's how that works. Tragedy. 06 is actually the only one of the only stage in Generations that I haven't played through the entire game for. I've played parts of it. But I haven't played through the entire game.
As much as I dislike relying on others, I'm grateful for your aid. The creature was beyond my skills.
Yeah, this one's tough.
And if there is any Sonic game that does not require having played it to have an opinion on it, it's 06. Tragedy. Oh. Sonic 06 was called such because the game is just called Sonic the Hedgehog, but it came out in 2006, so differentiating it from Genesis Sonic the Hedgehog. '06 was rushed for a holiday 2006 release, and because they determined that it wasn't going to be possible to put a version of the game on the Wii, they separated off a portion of the team to make Secret Rings. Concurrently, the troubles that game had were deeper than just production. But the game did not release in a good state. To put it lightly, it is most widely known for its bugs rather than anything else. And that's not an undeserved reputation. I think that because it was so widely known as the bad buggy Sonic game, it gets way more vitriol than it really deserves. But it's not good either. And I have 06 on both the 360 and the PS3. I just have yet to fully play through it. And at some point I probably will, because they sure aren't giving my boy anything else anytime soon. You debut in a rough game one time, and suddenly you're relegated to spin-offs. Whoops. I've been intentionally vague about the character I'm referring to, but I mean, I'm wearing a silver t-shirt. I really like Silver as a character. Not even just because I think his design looks cool or anything like that. Though, I do like his design. There's a decent chance that Silver is... Why my favorite color is turquoise? And it does also help that it's very possible to read his characterization sharing some psychological stuff with me. It's the kind of thing that's hard to identify in a fictional character because the context in which they exist is so distinct from reality. But if anyone here, it's him.
Thanks, Sonic. You know, I got a hunch someone or something is controlling that monster.
Roger that.
And I won't deny, whether we have a viable explanation for it or not, telekinesis is a cool ability. I'm fairly certain that at the time, the whole reason that they made Silver telekinetic was to make greater use of the physics engine that was available on the PS3 and 360. And because 06 is what 06 is, they haven't let the poor guy have a significant role in a single major Sonic game since. Which means that any explanation we could get, we're not gonna get. I mean, he's definitely grown more popular as a character. And his character theme is still one of my favorite songs. And I'm clearly not the only one, considering that it was one of the most common responses to the form they sent out asking what people wanted to see in future shows for the Symphony. And we got it, and I could have cried. There's been some interest, largely because of Shadow Generation, in seeing Silver actually head up a game. I don't think that it's likely anytime soon. But, you know, if they need an excuse to re-release Sonic and Shadow Generations in 15 or so years, Silver is the other character who is in the game and not at Sonic's birthday. So, yeah, rambling being what it is, because it's what I'm good at, if you couldn't tell. I would love to see Silver get a chance to shine in a game that's not Sonic 06, and in a game that's not Sonic Rivals. The story in Rivals leaves much to be desired. Because it essentially... it has to introduce Silver into canon, and it has to justify Sonic, Shadow, Silver, and Knuckles constantly being at each other's throats. Which, while in character for Sonic and Shadow, though in a generally friendlier sense, at least from Sonic's side, isn't really in character for anyone towards anyone else other than Shadow. Come on. There we go. So the whole game is kind of just a mess of everybody bickering and nobody telling each other anything. And the game itself is kind of rough to begin with. The fact that Silver is on good terms with everyone after being introduced in Sonic Rivals is its own kind of impressive. I will grant that one of the things that makes it difficult to include Silver in stuff is that his defining role in 06 was working to save a ruined future. Crisis City is Silver's home. And his entire role there is acting to try and prevent the future that he's from coming to pass. Because, you know, everything's on fire. So however else you want to incorporate Silver into a story, it continually has to involve the future being threatened. To some capacity or another. Here, time travel stuff is already going on. And that's part of why I think a Silver Generations could work. This is the most timey game in the Sonic series, other than Sonic CD. And they are very particular about mixing classic and modern characters. So we're not gonna get Silver the Hedgehog CD. But Generations. Generations would make sense. We're already dealing with time shenanigans. The unfortunate thing being, he hasn't gotten to exist enough to have places to go back to.
Pretty slick move, huh?
Once again, a member of Team Chaotix is momentarily ignored.
Now I'm free! I'm a free bee! Free bee! Free bee! Whee!
Alright, just simmer down, buddy.
Oh, hey!
Charmy is here too. I'm breaking from my normal pattern. It's time. It's time for Silver to get to do a thing. No, I don't think I will.
Give up!
One part that is interesting about this fight it actually adds to Silver's power set. He can't do the psychic blade kind of thing in 06. At least not without some upgrades. And he never gets to do anything at the scale that he does here. And especially his finisher. Which I'm pretty sure has a gravitational pull. I mean, he still loses the fight. But he gets to do cool stuff. My boy! I also think it's kind of funny that he's just psyched to fight you again. Well, that was suboptimal. Cannot homing attack and then boost in mid. I'm once again running out of things to say at the moment. But with that, I'm trying to focus at least a little bit. Because this last round of stages, if it wasn't clear from just playing through them normally, is where the game actually gets kind of tough. I bet that would have gotten Red Ring. Oops. Good. Okay, we're past the worst of it. I say, and then get hit by a rock. Alright. We got a C rank. That should be there. Local man deeply confused by small buttons. There we go. That was harder than it needed to be.
I'll put out that wall of fire. Call me by pressing the button. Leave it to me. Here goes. Sonic.
It's also kind of interesting that... Blaze, you have one job.
Here goes.
It's kind of interesting that Silver is the only character who doesn't get
Leave it to me.
a completely unique stage
Sonic.
for his rival fight.
I've got this. Sonic. Here goes.
At least, he's the only one in this version.
Here goes.
Nobody gets unique stages in the 3DS version. Silver fights you in Tropical Resort from Sonic Colors.
I've got this. Here goes. Sonic. I've got this. Sonic.
This stage is more than a little bit
I've got
funky,
this.
but
Sonic.
it's probably my second favorite friend stage.
Here goes.
I've made a mistake.
Leave it to me. Here goes.
Anyway, probably the second favorite of the friend stages. Rip. Okay, see, that was Marble Gardens. Marble Zone and Marble Garden Zone are not the same. That's on me. Huh? So maybe trying the brute force approach to get past fire isn't a good idea. Those things do way more hitting me as I take them down than I would prefer. Rude. Now that's rude. Guess we wait for a minute now. There we go. Somehow that was an A rank. Oh, goodness. There we go. Now where's the last Crisis City challenge? Not this. Yeah, that's Rooftop Run. Ah. There we go. Hydration is important. If you're watching and you haven't for a bit, get a drink. Now, Power Stomp. Stomp 2. Stomp Party. I bet it would have been weird to code an exception for those. Come on. Up we go. Up we go. guess not. What? Okay, good. Let's go buy Power Stomp and see what other skills are available. Oh, right, we never bought Thunder Shield. There aren't lives, so I really don't know what this does. Yeah, that's reasonable. Oh, great. Let's do something with the classic Sonic. I'm not a huge fan of the power-up ones. I mean, I like the Thunder Shield. That one's fun. So here's what I'm thinking. We're close to the end, but I'm kind of running out of steam for right now. So, we've got all weekend, and again, close to the end with this one. So, I think what I'm gonna do is call it here for tonight, and finish up Sonic Generations in the morning before switching off to Shadow for the rest of the day tomorrow. Just to give myself a bit of breathing room to reset. I think that today was more adventurous than I anticipated. So, yeah, I'm gonna call it for tonight, and we'll pick back up at 10 Central tomorrow. So, for now, thank you very much for watching, thank you for your support so far, and I hope you'll tune in tomorrow for the end of Sonic Generations and the start of Shadow. Later, everyone.